Hello, guys.
Morning, sir.
Morning. Welcome, one and all. One of the, I would say, most important classes. Hey. All right. So, well, the first thing I want to know is, I'm assuming by now, studio is heating up. You probably, what, you're on your interims now?
They adjusted the schedule, sir, and pushed it to the 11th of April. So we just have quite a few scripts to analyze our stuff first.
Oh, you have quite a few desk crits. All right. When is your final crit set for now? I don't determine that yet.
I think it was the 5th of May. I can't remember.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. Well, on our side, we are still trailing by a little bit, but we're hoping to play some catch up today, right? All right. So what I'm hoping for now is that pretty much everybody has completed at least the massing of the building. Maybe some persons went as far as the terrain. Well, no, we're actually going to do the terrain today. 1 second, let me see. All right. So, no, that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is today, we are going to tackle. We're going to try to finish this building this week, guys. Right? Because next week, I want to do an important class on sheets, right? So we want to definitely complete the terrain this week. We're going to do the terrain today, and we're going to talk about some of the details to add to the building. So ideally what we want is we want to complete the building, and then handing is going to be actually next week, right? Now, next week we're going to move into collaboration, right? Which is going to be the second part of the assignment. It's going to be this part, right? That has to do with the collaborative project, right? How we're going to do this is, I really want you guys to pay attention to the creation of the sheets. I actually want to see if I can dedicate some time to specifically focus on that. You can only do that if you finish the model. That is my challenge, right? So what we want to do is to try and wrap up the model this week. All right. What do you think, Karif? Possible for you to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Anybody here have their terrain? Anybody attempted the terrain, by the way? No? All right. All right. It's good that I see some submissions for target 4. That's good. So, not for target 4, target 3. That's great. Anybody had trouble with that stairs? No? Everybody was fine?
Sure.
Everybody, sir.
No, sir, I had trouble.
What was that? Everybody had trouble.
Yes, we all had trouble.
Well, I know. I mean, and that is what we do here in BIM, right? We want to kind of push the limits of our BIM modeling capabilities. That's why we did this model, right? And you know, you don't want to be limited to just boxes and squares, right? Now, I think we can get through the terrain in an hour. So let's try and get through the terrain. Then we might take a little break, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the details, right? If we look on the mirror board here, there we go. Right. We have some little interesting details that we want to get into today. I'm gonna do most of them, like 90% of them. I'm gonna leave like 10% of them for you guys to kind of figure out, but I'm gonna do most of them, right? At least I'm gonna do examples of most of them that I can. All right. Okay, so we're gonna jump into the terrain. You guys should have your buildings ready and your Revit ready. Where is my Revit? Here it is. Ta-da, ta-da. I'm coming, guys. I'm just opening my model here. Okay.
Okay, now we
All
want
right. So this is just taking a while to open my mind. Okay, good. Now this is where we should be at. Most of us, we should have the model basically like this, where we have the stairs, the troublesome stairs, I know. We have the opening. We at least have our roof. Some of us might have structures in. Um, I would call it the main structures you should have in. So these columns that you see here, right? And these stairs. Anybody tackle these stairs here to the side yet? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Right. This stairs was a little tricky because, you know, it's a three-part stairs. One that's come here and one that goes up here. And it goes up like that. Anyway, we won't get into stairs today. So this is where we should be at in order to do the terrain and the details. So we're going to try and look on that today. All right. Now, we're not, what you can do is you can try and follow along in the tutorial. Don't worry if you're not able to do that. The videos are there. By the way, did you guys find the videos useful? The one that you had to play catch up on, the virtual makeup class?
Yes, sir. They were pretty useful.
All right,
I just wish you had like that part where you stopped and we were just supposed to complete the walls on our own. I feel like I have like some stuff to fix with the walls because yours look more perfect than mine. Yeah.
Well, that's the whole idea. I don't want to. We're not giving it away 100%, but 80% is, I think, good. Is good. You know. When I was creating this a couple years ago, I said to myself, if I do every single little thing, like there need to be some things that you figure out, but not a lot, because I understand that the stress in CSA is real. So I just give you this a little bit to figure out. All right, so let's look on terrain.
Okay, now that we have most of our model ready, we should be ready to now add in our terrain, right? So what you can see here is that pretty much I have most of the outer shell of my building, right? You can see for some of the walls I have foundations and my stairs are in the major stair. So I have the main entrance stair here, I have this curved stair here. This one will be interesting because this one needs to actually follow the terrain, and I have this side stair that is in. You can see it coming from outside the building, and now I'm pretty much ready to start creating my terrain, which is a major feature of this building. As you can see from the drawings, this building actually sits quite uniquely on the terrain. So in order to create our terrain, we are going to need to download this drawing from the mirror board or have this drawing ready. And as you can see, this drawing has the actual heights and, more importantly, the shape of these individual terrain lines, right? Now, when you get a drawing from a surveyor, it will look something like this, but it will tend to have even more details than what we're seeing here. This topo has been specially modified for the purpose of doing this this assignment, right? So it is really just stripped down to the bare bones information that we need in order to create our terrain, right? It has similar information to that of a surveyor, but for the purposes of our project, we're only going to concentrate on the actual shape of the terrain lines. So you can actually see the actual lines that do have a shape. You can see how it curves a particular way, and this curved nature actually allows it to to conform to the elements that run on the site. So
Right. So I wanted to show you this, guys. There is this is an example of a topography, right? This was actually a project that we're working on recently, and you know, this is right up well, not exactly behind UTech, like behind Malines, up in those hills closer to Red Hills Way, right? And this is what it looks like. You can see the topography here, and this is what a surveyor would provide. So for example, if we're going to work on a project, right, and in this case there's an existing building, and let's say that your project is to do some renovations, the first thing you need to know is what is there. And this is where you would do a measured survey. You guys are going to do this next semester. Measured survey is where you capture the information that's currently on site. Now, as for the land, as for the topography, right? So for example, if I have some aerial photos here, right? And I don't know if you guys can see that slope. Maybe I don't know if you can see it in the image, but this is what it looks like. So in order to capture what the slope looks like, your neighbors right over at SBLM, they go on site with the equipment and they're able to generate this topography here. Now, some of them who are nice and sophisticated will generate this as a 3D mesh for you, but majority of the topographic information that's generated is going to look like this. Then using the lessons that we're using today, and we also did this kind of last semester in 3D modeling. Anybody remember what we did a topography last semester, right?
Yes, I remember that.
Right. Now, the difference here is that we're kind of taking it a step further. We're going to talk a little bit about accuracy, like how you get the topography to be very accurate. And also, we're going to talk a little bit about hardscape, things like roads and sidewalks and those things, right? So I just wanted to show you an idea of what a topography survey looks like. All these numbers here are actually spot heights, meaning that's the height of the topography in that area. And all of this information can be translated to Revit. In some cases, automatically. In most cases, you have to kind of manually put these spot heights in. So that's what we're going to kind of do now. We're not going to do this site, but we're going to do it with the one that's on the mirror board, right? So here we go. That's this one here. And I mean, guys, trust me, the topo that you have on your mirror board is almost like, I would call it a Mercedes-Benz of a topographic plan. The reason I call it that is that it has very clean topo lines. It has heights on each topographic line. You can make out every part of the topography. In reality, sometimes it might not be that neat. In some cases, the lines are like not so clear and stuff like that. So for the purposes of our assignment, this should be fairly straightforward and easy to do. All right. You're welcome, guys. But when you go in the real world, I'm just giving you the disclaimer now. You may not get such nice topography lines that are clean and easily identifiable. Right? Yeah, all right. All right, cool. Let's continue.
So for example, if you look in this area here, you can see how these terrain lines actually start to form where our steps go. So the shape of these lines will actually be very important so that the stairs actually fall nicely on these contour lines. Now, the truth is that in some cases, you will get contour lines like this where everything is nicely organized. But in other cases, you may get existing contour lines, right? So, for example, these contour lines represent what is actually there now, but sometimes the surveyor will actually give you contour lines minus the buildings, minus the stairs, minus most proposed architectural works. So as you can clearly see how the contours kind of conform to where the stairs are, you know, in this case. In some cases, unless this is an existing stair, these contours would actually just continue straight like that, representing what is actually on the site before the stairs came into existence. Now in cases like that, you might have to modify or carve the contours in order to allow them to form around the model. However, in this case, we're not going to do that advanced work. In our case, we actually have the shape of the contour, considering that the stairs has actually already been carved into these contours. So as long as you guys follow these contour lines, your stairs should relatively land right on top of your contour base. Now this is going to be especially true when it comes to the curved stair, right? And you can actually see the curved nature of these contour lines actually kind of curving to show you where that stairs would go. So it's going to be very important that you actually trace the exact curvature of these contour lines and heights so that your stairs will land nicely there. All right, so to get going, what we're going to do is actually start the procedure of tracing these lines. Now, as I said, we need to actually have this model, have this drawing in our actual model. So we're going to switch to the site view, and for this purpose we're going to actually switch to True North. While in True North, because when we actually import this contour plan, you can see that the building is actually also True North on this contour plan. Alright, so I'm going to adjust this building, pretty much just scale it. So what I'm going to do is match the footprint of the building to the contours that we have here, right? And I'm just gonna kind of eyeball it here. And now the interesting thing about contours is by their very nature, contours are really organic. So what does that mean? That means that unlike vector lines, so for example, all these drawings that we're doing now are actually made up of lines and vectors. They have very precise positioning and lengths. However, contours have some degree of accuracy, plus or minus accuracy in them, because contours really represent the earth or the surface of the earth, and that is a very organic thing. So for example, if I'm tracing these contour lines, don't get hung up on, these exact angles here, because in the big scheme of things, they don't really, what really matters with contours is the height. The shape, we can roughly estimate the shape. However, especially when you're creating contours, it's a good idea to not get too hung up on the exact millimeter representation of these contours, because they are really representing something that is organic, and because it is organic, you technically cannot measure that. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to align our building footprint, so that should get us where we need to be. And in order to do that, we're going to just scale this really quickly. So I'm going to click.
Right. So what we want to do, guys, is, do you know how to by the way, do you know that I believe I gave you a JPEG of each one of these drawings on the mirror board. So for example, each one of these drawings here, if you go into the onto the website here, scroll down, let me see, here we go. Drawing, I think these are the, right. So these are actually all the drawings. So you can download the contour. Just download this drawing here. And that's it. And you should have it. Anybody did that? If you want to put it in the background for your Rivet, you have the files right here. All right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Right. So this is what the file looks like. It's pretty high resolution. Like if you zoom in, it's pretty high res. So this is basically everything you need to create the contour.
And I'm going to go from right here and go to here. Now, this is a process that we actually did already, so I'm not going to spend much time doing that. All right, so that's pretty much our contours. Now, what we actually need to do is to trace these lines to first create our actual contour lines. And then we'll worry about how do we cut out the building, and then we'll also do the hardscaping, which is the walkways and pathways that we see around our building here. Now, to get going on our contours, the first thing we want to do, now that we have the building scaled, is we really don't want to see all of the building in our scene yet, right? We want to see only the contours so that we get that drawn first. So to do that, I'm going to actually click on our contour drawing, and I'm going to use the isolate tool, which is located there. So I'm going to click that. I'm going to go to isolate element. So now I have just the contour drawing isolated. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to head over to massing and site, right? And then we actually, when we're here, we want to now draw a topo surface. All right. So we're going to click topo surface. Now, here's where the important...
And of course, when you look into Revit currently, you go here, you notice that it's now called a topo solid. So it's the same thing really. It has the same functions plus a little bit more. All right. So just a point to note, in 2024, or was it from 23, I believe it turned into a topo solid.
Sorry, can I remind
Part comes in.
isolate the drawing.
Say again? Remind you how to?
Isolate the site drawing.
Right, it's on the website. So if you go over to where the assignment is,
That's where I have it. I just remind me how to isolate it after I've scaled it.
when you say isolate, you mean put it in the background?
Yeah. Well, so I could draw the contours over the drawing.
Right. So, well, the simplest way. So when you have your where is it? Here we go. So let's say in this case, we're gonna go to the site plan view. Like that. So you should have something like this. Then you just browse to wherever you have the drawing. In this case, it's in my downloads. Come on. Right, it's in my downloads here. So I just drag it out, and I can just actually drag it straight into Revit. Then minimize it. When I'm still, I don't know if I'm understanding when you say isolate.
So I said to
You
like
mean you
to
mean
like
where you hide the building, so you only
yes,
see the. Oh yeah, man, you just select the building and say hide. I right click. Sorry, hold on. Move this out of the way. Well, first you want to align to the terrain first. So remember we went to where is it? We went to True North like that. Well, we went to True North first, then we carried in our terrain. So that way, you can see that they're aligned in the same way. After you scale it to your building, I'm just gonna do a very rough scale here. Then what I would do, I would just select everything and deselect the terrain and just hide. Right click hide. Just like that. Hide elements. And then you're left with just the terrain. All right?
yes, sir.
Cool.
To play. Now we actually need to be watching our elevation and matching that with the height that's represented here. While we do that, we also want to be placing the points according to how these lines are actually drawn. You will see these lines. We want to be tracing it relatively accurate, right? And we'll see what we term as relatively accurate. Now, in some cases, it is possible to convert lines that is given to you in a digital format to contour lines. But in our case, we're working with a analog. We're working with a JPEG. So in our case, we don't have these lines digitally, so we will have to trace them. And guess what? In many cases, this will be the scenario. And the thing about it, even if you're given contour lines as a DWG or vector, it's always a good idea here to trace them, because you get more control when you create your own contour points, especially for your drawing. So it might seem tedious, but it definitely helps you in the long run when you need to modify lines, and especially in certain areas, for example, where we have the curved stairs and we have the straight stairs, and perhaps some areas where that intersects the building, we're going to need some flexibility in order to manipulate the contours at those points. All right, so to get going, the first thing we want to do is ensure that our level is at 0, because as you can see from the drawing, if we look at one of our sections here, we can see where the ground plane is where the contour really starts, and then you can see that contour line starts to rise up as we go forward, right? So we want to ensure that our ground plane is going to be at elevation 0. And another thing that we want to ensure is when dealing with contour lines, we are going to need to establish I would say the drawing extents to how far we want the contour to stretch. That is our first line that we want to draw. So for example, I'm going to go to create point, make sure that is selected, make sure that it is on level 0, and then I am going to actually create these points on the outside of my drawing, like about right there. Now once I have that created, that I'm basically just defining where the edges of my contours will be. Now I can always go in and edit this later, but you want to do this so that it encompasses pretty much your entire scene, your 3D scene.
Now, I want to just show you another quick example here. Remember earlier I showed you an example of a topography. So this is another example. Now this example here, where did that go? Anyway, this example here is showing you what the current topography is like. So this is a plot of land in St. James, and it shows you where there's an existing building, where the location of the trees are. This, when you guys as designers get your canvas upon which you design, right?
Sir,
And
we
in
can
this,
hear you.
say again?
Can't hear you.
Oh, you're not hearing me? Mic check. Mic check. Are you hearing me?
That's
Yes,
not
I hear you.
we can hear you, but you're very low.
Oh, All right, well, let's use another mic. I don't know. I was loud before, but now I'm lower. Is that how it is? Or I was always low?
So I'm hearing you fine.
Oh, yeah, you sure it's not your speakers? I don't know. Mic check. Am I still low to some people? Guys? Mic check, testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
Hearing
3,
it clearly,
testing.
sir.
Sir, you sound fine to me.
Okay. All right, cool.
Well, I'll put that over here. Right. So what I was saying, this that you're looking on is an example of what a file that you would get from your surveyor. And from here, this is where you begin to design, right? So as a designer, you start to work out, where's my entryway going to go? Where is the garage or whatever, depending on the building that you are building. And this survey has information like the boundaries, the legal boundaries, that's going to be important. It also has things like the road, the sidewalk, location of light posts, and of course, existing structures. Now, the reason I'm showing you this is, let's look, for example, at this design, right? So, well, you can't really see the terrain. Can you guys see the terrain lines? Maybe I should change it. There is a better one. Can you guys see the lines?
Barely, sir. Barely.
Yeah. What? Right. Well, I don't know if this is any better because no, I mean it's CAD, guys. You know, CAD doesn't really use yeah, it's not. Let me try gray. Yeah, gray is a little better. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to show you is that, Come on, why are you not looking? Right. This is a proposed design. But notice that this proposed design, the terrain doesn't adapt to it. Meaning that you don't see the terrain lines showing you that, for example, this road is going up the hill. The terrain line, for example, if you look at the ones, the one that we're doing now, look at the board, you will notice that the shape of the terrain line actually tells you, actually informs you what is happening on the terrain. This is the point I was raising earlier, right? Are you seeing that data? Can you kind of make out where the stairs is? Are you here, data? Yes. You can't even that is down here. Jesus, please. Anyway, sorry about that. No, not here. All right. What about garden? Your garden? No. Odin? I hear Odin.
So, yeah, I don't know if you call me, but I was just sounding a bit soft like a while ago.
I wonder if my mic is doing weird stuff. I probably changed the mic. But the point I'm saying, can you kind of see a silhouette of where the stairs would be
Yes, sir.
in the contour lines? Right.
Yes.
So the point that I'm bringing up here is that when you guys go out into the field and you start designing, the contours that you get from the surveyor is going to look something. It's going to look something like yeah. It's going to look something like this, where it is not necessarily going to, your design hasn't been created yet. So the contours that you're getting isn't going to necessarily respect what you are proposing to go on the site. So for example, if this visitor's parking lot was existing, you would kind of see the contours shaping around it, right? Because it's existing. And this is something that you will have to contend with whenever you start to build on contours. You have to know, figure out that, all right, in order for me to get from the visitors parking to the entrance, there is a difference of, and you count the contour lines to know what the difference is from this level to that level. And then you have to, in your design a step that will take you from that level to the level above. Right? So that's just something for you to keep in mind. Designing for contours, it takes a little bit of practice, right? Because obviously this land isn't flat, right? So you have to keep that in mind. And of course, we're in Jamaica, so there's a lot of contouring happening, especially if you're not in the urban areas. All right. All right, let's continue. Now, once you draw this first contour line that's kind of showing the boundary, notice that pretty much you have drawn a slab that is covering your drawing, right? Now, that's no worries. We can simply just switch to wireframe mode so that we can see our drawing again. There we go. All right. Now, the next thing that we're going to do now is actually start from tracing the lowest point and going forward, right? And what basically we're going to do is we're going to repeat the process of setting the elevation, then tracing, setting the elevation, then tracing. And we're going to do that a couple times until we reach the top of these contours. Okay, so let's get going. So at level 0, we're going to actually start tracing these points. Now notice how I'm placing these points here, and this is what I mean by relatively accurate. Especially where the stairs go up, you want to have 2 points. Now you do not want to have too much points. That is very critical. It will make this process even more tedious than it appears. Notice that I'm kind of spacing the point relatively far whenever it's straight, and relatively close, but never too close, right? It's always a good little distance away. Alright, so I want to make sure that I'm continuously tracing those points. Now, notice that I'm ensuring, I think I made an error there. Let me undo. Right, so I need to ensure that I'm sticking to the line that says 0, right? And you have to, when the contours get a little smaller, you want to ensure that you are sticking to these lines here. All right, now once you have that done, you don't need to click on the last point. We simply need to change our height to the next point, which is 305. Press enter, and then we start tracing the next point. Now once you start tracing the next point, you're going to notice like a representation of polygons that kind of appear and disappear, and what Rivet is doing is actually forming the contour lines. Now remember, the stairs, we want a point to be on each side of the stairs, so one here and one here. There we go. All right, and we're pretty much going to trace this around. Now don't worry too much about those polygons, and generally what you want to do is try to line them up a little. Not exact, but notice that I'm kind of trying to put the points roughly in the same position as I had for the ground, so you can kind of see them kind of connecting like that. You know, I'm trying to work my way up.
Sorry, the audio, the video gone.
Oh yeah, the video is gone, so
You're muted, sir.
Oh, yes, sorry, I'm here talking to myself. Right, so anybody is actively following what we're doing now?
yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
All right, cool. And while, as I said, while they're clicking and going through, you want to try and line up. You don't have to, but it will help in the long run. You notice that I'm kind of lining up the points together, or I'm trying my best. You don't have to, right? You don't want to put too much points either, right?
Sorry, I'm not seeing the pick point option.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Ta-da. Right, so when you're here we go. And well, hold on, let me at least get this to line up. Is it this corner? No, this corner is, it should be the bottom one. Yeah, there we go. All right. And then that there. All right, good. So I'm gonna just hide this for now. Right. So when you go to massing and site, go to topo solid, and what you want to do is go to, let's see. Oh, it's a little different in this version. All right, hold on. Side. Create from sketch, yeah, which is the default here. Is the Oh, okay. So you have to create this one from a sketch, right? So you don't have the points feature. Hold on, let me see. I guess it's a little different in 2024.
So
No, but then this,
remember we dropped the slab. Like it's flat first, and then you add the points
and then add the
afterwards, and then
points, right? Yes, you're right. That is one of the difference with the 2024. Thanks for that reminder, because um when I did it originally,
so that's
there
how
we
we did
go.
it last semester.
Exactly. You know, you know that saying, if you don't use it, you lose it. So somehow, all right. And then we go and add the point. So when you're adding the points now, I would say when you're adding the points, choose your heights as you go through. I think originally when I did this, I add them and then I went through and set the points at different heights. But just to make life easy. So for example, the first one that I'm adding is going to be at 0. Therefore, I would set my surface height at 0. That's there. And I would go through and do those points. So firstly, the question, who was asking the question about the points?
But not seeing the place pointer.
Right, exactly. Because that is with the old version of Revit. But now with the new version with the topo solid, you have to draw the solid first and then you add the points after. What I'm saying is when you're drawing the points, just set the heights. So let me just quickly draw this first point here. So this is the 0 marker that I'm doing here. There you go. I'm really drawing it very far. When you're drawing it, I think you should do it a little bit closer, but not too close. All right, so when I'm drawing the next row up now, I see that this is 305 millimeters. So I want to set my, oops, sorry. I want to set my offset 305 millimeter. So now when I draw the next set of points, it's going to be here. And then you can see the terrain mesh being formed. I don't know if you can see that. And again, I wanted to try and line it up with the previous point. It doesn't happen if it doesn't line up. And again, you don't have to like click this, click that, don't go so detailed. Just kind of average it, you know? The things that you have to click is that you must click before and after each stair, the edge of the stair. Remember that you have a curved stair going up. So notice these, the beginning and end of each side of the stair. You're going to want to have a point at each side. That's going to be important. All right. See, coming around here and around here and around here. All right. Now, the difference with what we're doing here here is that we're trying to do the terrain very accurately based on an existing drawing. Last semester when we did this, I mean, we kind of did it based off of a sketch. So, you know, it didn't have to be so accurate, but this one has to be in order for your terrain to work with your model. All right? Let's continue. Also, there's so much points. 914. And we're going to continue with that procedure. Now, what's actually happening is that the terrain is actually being built. You're not seeing it quite just yet, but if, for example, you switch to a 3D view, you can kind of see how your terrain is coming along. You can see it's gradually being built. So as you click these points at different heights, Revit will gradually mold that terrain as you go forward. So let's go back to my site view, and I'm going to continue. So I was at 610. So I want to make sure that I'm sticking to the 610 line, as things can get a little tight. Sorry, not at the 610, I'm at the 914. All right, so things can get a little tight, and you don't want to get these lines mixed up. Let me go back to place point here. All right, you don't want to get these lines mixed up, so try to not get confused as you place these lines. Now, pretty much, you're going to repeat this for each line. Now, as you start to build the area with the stairs, now this is going to be important. You want to try and have 2 points where you can see the contours indicating the stair, one at each side of the stair. So 1, 2, and then I can continue drawing. Now, don't worry about the accuracy, as I said, too much. Don't get caught up, and for example, these little dips here, you're not trying to create like that. Is going to be insane, and it's just going to give you a whole lot of trouble. At the same time, you're not trying to click this point here and that point there. No, you have to form out your curves, especially the areas that curve. After you do it for a while, you get a bit used to it. And I know that some of you might be thinking, this is actually too tedious, but actually the payoff is when you're done and you start to cut your sections and put in all of your landscaping elements, because you would have had your contours properly drawn. Okay, so the next one is 1219. And pretty much this process will continue until you get to the top view. All right, now once you have this all traced out, it should look something like this, right? Which looks like a little bit of a mess, but of course, if I should switch back to shaded view, you will see where you have actually created the terrain, and in 3D view, you will actually see where it is now meshing with the building. Now you might notice some areas might
So we're not hearing you if you're speaking.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was saying, I understand how helpful this is, sir. I'd also like to know if one day you could explain to us, because there's a way that we can see that from a file. I want you to know if one day you could walk us through how to, from like any geo kind of file or a web page, how to get contours into a drawing from like a file that you would get off online, like for Canva, from CADMap or something like that, that would have the topo solid in it. How to get it from that file one day, because I understand like this scenario that you might use it in for this, but for us mainly when we're doing our work these days, we kind of get it from like online and like if necessary modify, but like most of the time we get it from online. So I wanted to know if one day you could walk us through how to get it from a file.
Yeah, man, that sounds fun. Um, in a nutshell, just to verbally answer you, when you're in Revit, Revit works by specific rules. So it is going to matter where you get the source info from. So for example, Revit can create contours either by you placing points with heights, or if you have a topo drawing, like a CAD drawing, where each one of the lines in the CAD drawing has heights. So if you remember, I showed you this drawing here. It's opening. Give it a while to open. Am I still on? Yeah. CAD. Where are you, CAD? There you are. Right. So, come on. This one. I think this one was 3D. I think. Yes, it was. All right. Can you see? It's a little weird here, but can you see the dimensions here? Oops.
No.
Right. So if you get a CAD file, if the source of your contours is like this, where each one of these contours have heights, as I said, if the surveyors are feeling very kind, they can give you in this very nice, neat format, and you can just carry this into Revit, and with 2 clicks, bam, you have your contours. However, if it is like this, I don't think this one had heights. Hold on. Let me see. It's loading. Maybe I shouldn't have tried to orbit this file. It's so big. Right, here we go. Right. And this one, oh, this one actually does have heights. Can you guys see that? So these will work nice in Revit. However, if you have contours where they give you the contours, but it is flat, obviously that won't work. There are other types of contour files that you can get. For example, you can get a height map and all of these other formats. But as it is right now, Revit, at least Revit 2024, Revit 2024, when you go to create a contour, you can either get it from an import, right? Or you can get it from you manually drawing it. It does give you the import here from it allows you to use a CSV file as well. That's basically like a special type of Excel file that has all of the spot heights listed in a document form. So you have to have a 3D CAD file, a CSV file, or you draw it yourself. Those are the 3 ways to get it into Revit. All right. So I actually specialize in doing contours and landscape and hardscape and 3D stuff like that. So I do a lot of contour modeling, not just in Revit, but in like other applications as well. So we can always have that conversation later. We can geek out about the different ways that we can convert from one type of data to another, but as Revit stands
Yeah,
right now,
because I've happened upon some like Google Earth to see what was it? See something with Excel. I've happened upon one of
CSV.
those CSV. I've messed around with that before. Some grid application I used and get something like that before. All right,
Right.
sir. I just wanted to know if you could explain to the class one day because as I said, that's like our major way of getting contours from online.
Yeah, we could totally do that. I'll make you a deal. If we can stick to the schedule, we can get a little time in, then sure, we can just do that in one of the classes. Like how we have one long class. I'll be happy to even learn that method as well. Um, all right. All right. So let's continue. So, right, I was saying some of us are still drawing. Is anybody still tracing contours?
Yes, sir.
Sir.
All right. Cool. Right. So, so this is it your contours will look something like this, right? Um, after you draw your contours, you might need to refine it a little bit. Um, how far are you in terms of percentage with those contours?
Sir, I'm still at 914, so like 15%.
All right, so what we're going to do is because we do have three things to get through for this class in order for you to complete the assignment. All right. So I'm going to continue and you can always watch the class recording again to kind of catch up. All right. I was just trying to be efficient with it. Because remember, our aim is that next week, if you look on the timeline, today was actually the day of the handing for the project. But remember, we pushed it back 1 week. So it's going to be next week. And I personally want to push it back not to next week, Monday, but like till next week, Friday or something. Give you guys the maximum time. Because I want to have one more class with you next week. I don't know if we can make it for this week, because today we might run out of time for today. But I want to have a discussion with you about generating sheets, because I find that is an issue with us at CSA. We produce this lovely model, but then we don't get the most out of it. And I want us to spend a little time to talk about how you get the most out of communicating this beautiful model that you're creating. You know, you go through all this trouble, don't just show a plan and elevation. There's so much more information that you can get from it. And I want to dedicate a class to that. But in order to do that, you need to have your model complete. Right? So in a way, I'm giving you like 2 deadlines. This week, everybody must complete their model. And then next week class, we will focus on, I'm going to give you some tips on the best way to show your BIM model, to show off your BIM model, show information about it. And then you're going to hand in your model during the week. You're going to hand in your actual project during the week. All right? I'm going to have to squeeze in collaboration next week as well, so that we can keep on track, because it was supposed to be this week. So we're still juggling, we're still playing catch up a little bit, but we're almost there. All right, so let's continue. Might be a little off, like where the stairs is. This is to be expected. As I said, a terrain is a very organic thing, so we're going to actually go in and correct those as we go along. But notice that also, for example, here there's actually an entrance that is here, and some areas will have to be cut out of the terrain, which we will do that but right after we kind of tweak the terrain. Now, first thing we want to do is to kind of clean up these areas that may not be meshing right with our stairs. And in order to do that is just to kind of understand what is happening with the terrain lines here. Now, you have 2 ways that you can clean it up. You can clean it up from a 3D view if you can kind of navigate these points. They might look a little bit confusing. So for example, this point here, It's at the right height, but it perhaps needs to be pushed back a little more, right? And the interesting thing about this is that you can't really see all the points. So you're going to have to go to wireframe mode and just kind of estimate where these are to go and just kind of push them back a little so that they intersect with the stairs a little less, right? Now you don't want to change the height, you actually just want to manipulate them a little bit, right? Now another way that you can do this is by doing it in plan view. So I switch to plan view here, or I can go to the site view here. Actually, we need to have the model, so this plan view is perhaps better. We can get a better look at how this intersects with the stairs, and in some cases we can see the points. If I highlight this here, I can drag this back a little. I can kind of see the next point here. I think it's actually hiding behind this point, so I'm gonna need to switch to let's see, I'm gonna need to definitely switch to wireframe to be able to select these points and move them. Actually, let's go to shaded and let me see if I can grab them. Yes, I can kind of grab them if you know where they are. Now this is why I was saying that you want to ensure that these points are on the edges of your stair, and I know that you're pretty much going to be modifying, oh, I can't see this point here, that's a problem. You're pretty much modifying the terrain a little bit, but that's okay. It's a fluid thing. To get to this point here, I'm gonna have to switch to wireframe mode and just grab that point there and just grab this point, can carry that up. There we go, so that's coming out nicely. You also want to look at it in 3D to make sure that it's working out nicely, and you can kind of see how you're molding the terrain. Now there were a few areas here, as we can see, that needed to be adjusted, so I'm going to switch to my plan view. And I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to grab some of these points and kind of pull them back a bit. I can't see the points under this, so I'm going to switch to wireframe, and I want to be dragging them on the outside of the stair, right? I don't want to have any points in the stair. You can kind of see the outline of the stair here, so you want to mainly have them on the outside of the stair here. Now, as I said, don't worry too much about the contour lines that you traced, because in reality, if you think what happens to a contour to the surface of the earth, it normally gets molded by bulldozers and you know, landscape, hardscaping. So it's an organic thing that will change to adapt to the building. So that's basically what you're representing here. You're kind of simulating what would happen in reality anyway. And you're not changing the entire terrain, but just where your proposed building will modify the terrain, which is what happens in reality. So we can see how this terrain nicely follows the stairs, so that is great. And some of you might have more cleaning up to do than others, but basically you want it to be kind of like that. All right, now that that's done, we need to actually cut out the areas that need to be modified. So as you can clearly see, if I grab I'm going to choose OK on with massing on site. So once I choose OK, I've confirmed the landscape. Now if I grab my section box and I kind of drag this like that, you can see clearly that the terrain is also inside the building. So obviously we don't want that to be, so we're going to start to cut out these areas inside the building, and we're going to do that using a building pad. All right, so to do that, we're going to switch to preferably the lowest level, so the level 1 or the site level, whichever one. On my site level, I had hid the building, so I'm just going to come out of isolation mode by resetting temporary isolation. So that's my building there. And basically, I think I'm going to use the wireframe view, because what I need to do now is actually determine what areas should not have earth. So I'm actually going to hide my terrain view, my terrain plan. I don't need that anymore. And I can see where, for example, inside my building, I definitely do not want to have any terrain there. There's an actual entrance that's going to be somewhere here. So this area needs to be cut out. And also below this level here needs to be cut out. And also this area with the stairs here needs to be cut out all the way up to here, right? So I'm going to need to start cutting these areas out of my model. Now, to start to do that, I'm going to actually go back over. Let's click on the site here. Okay, great. So I'm going to head over to massing and site, and I'm going to create what's called a building pad. And the building pad essentially is, most of us have done subtraction before, so it's basically subtracting elements of the site, as you can see in this kind of preview, and making it completely flat based on a level. So we're going to click building pad, and how this works, it's simply sketching out the area that you want to be cut, right? So for example, and we can always edit this sketch later on, so we don't need, it's not written in stone. Now we can, so for example, if you know this is the outside wall of the building, so that is where the terrain should basically stop, on the outside parts of these buildings. So we're going to need our building pad to excavate everything that is inside right up until that wall edge, right? And that is what the building pad will do. So we're going to choose our line tool here, and we're going to say, okay, so this wall definitely we want to excavate up to. Now we know that there's a section that needs to be cut out of here. We don't know the exact dimensions of it just yet, but we know that we're going to need to be cutting everything up to that point there. So all of this section is going to need to be cut out. I'm going to just adjust that like that and join this up. And I think this would come up to somewhere up to this wall here, and then it actually, let's select these two lines, it actually kind of opens up like this, like that. So that area is here. Let's look on it in true north. So as you can see, this area here is excavated. That's what we're doing there. Now we haven't drawn in this wall as yet, right? This is more of a custom wall, but we can always edit this building pad. So we're going to use the whole revise it method. So we're just going to put in a sketch of it, and then we will revise it as we detail out this model, right? All right, now I'm going to continue to excavate all along here. Now the interesting thing is that you can kind of see where the site kind of comes around. You can see these the terrain actually comes around here, and this is a bit funny because we actually don't want that to happen. As a matter of fact, we're going to need this excavation line that's here to actually come out to this section here, because we want to actually be excavating all of this earth that's going to be here. So I might follow the building line here, obviously, because we don't want to have earth going in the building, but we do need to excavate straight out so that we don't have any earth going inside of this area right here. And to demonstrate that, you can kind of see that in towards the back of the building, which you can kind of see here. You can see where the earth kind of needs to stop there, because we don't want the earth to come all the way up to the building, but instead we want to excavate that little point there. Also notice that we have a retaining wall here, so all of this earth needs to be excavated out that area as well. So that area is actually over here. So we're going to be having to watch this closely. Now here we go. So we're going to excavate along this line here, along this line here, but we need to continue excavating all the way until we get out to here, and then we're going to join up back right here. So we're going to just trim this. All right, so based on what we can see here, all of inside of this area here is going to be excavated, which is exactly what we want to happen. All right, so continuing with what we're doing here, we need to now continue excavating up in this area here. So we're going to grab my line tool, and we're going to come all the way up to here. We're going to stop actually, and this area is a little funny because we actually are not going to excavate to this line, but we actually need to excavate to this line here. Now what do I mean by that? You can kind of see it happening here, where the earth is actually going underneath the step, right? You can see that a little clearer in the section that is here. You can see that the earth comes right underneath the step up to this wall. So the earth doesn't actually stop here. It goes below this stair that's right here. And that's really an interesting feature of this building, right? So, you know, we would be excavating up until this point here, because the earth should be actually flowing underneath the stairs as it goes upwards. All right, now as for the front part of the building, we should actually be excavating up to this curve wall here. All right, so all of this area that is inside here, all of this area, that's actually building. That's actually a part of the building. You know, if you look on the drawings and on the images, you can see where you actually enter into the lower part of the building here. You can walk here and go down this passage here. Yes. Right, guys. So if you look on the mirror board, you'd see that that is this area here. Are you seeing that? Guys, you with me? You hearing me? Am I
Yes,
hearing
sir.
you? Right,
Yes, sir.
right. Which is this area that's right here. So you can see that the terrain does something like this. I have different pictures of it. And this is the thing, guys. These pictures are made so that you can use as a reference, right? Just as how I use them when I was creating this BIM model, is the same way you can use these images as well to get a feel of what's happening in this section. All right. Actually, before I even go back, there is I think I had it in here. There's a shot of inside. Right. So down here, are you seeing this curved wall here? Guys?
Yes,
Yes,
sir, receiving.
sir.
Right. This is actually this is actually the stairs that is behind this wall here. So let's look at this one, maybe this one. Right. So what's really happening here is, let me flip this round. Come on. What? I can't rotate this? Oh, because it's a PDF. Ah, that sucks. All right, hold on. Let me take a screenshot like that. And I'll just paste it here. And I can rotate. I can't. Oh, yes, I can. Here we go. All right. So if I turn this like this, right? Well, this is looking at the upstairs, right? But the entrance is actually through here. And this wall that is here is actually this wall that is here. So this curve that you're seeing here is actually this wall here. All right, guys. So I'm hoping to give you like an understanding of the bit, so you understand what's happening with the building. All right. Okay. I'll leave that on the board. Let's continue. So all this section needs to be excavated up to that point as well. So we're gonna use the pick line feature to actually pick the outside of this curve line, which is the edge of our stair, like that. Then we're gonna pick this line here. So then we're gonna trim it up. So we're gonna go from here to here and from here to here. Yep, I believe that's so. And then we're gonna join this up here like that. And then we're gonna trim this up here. So this is why it's important that we have our building footprint before we actually start to create our landscape, because we can actually see where we should cut out. You can kind of see it there in that within that line space, that pink line there, where we should actually cut out of the site. And you know, we would need the stairs to be in so that we can confirm that everything is okay with our terrain as well. So that's why it's important to actually have most of the building silhouette walls as much as you can in. We don't need to have the doors and the windows, primarily just the major structural elements like the columns and the major load bearing walls, and there's not much interior walls, so I just choose to add in these walls. All right, so once we have that done, then we're going to choose OK. And then you can see where the terrain actually stop at these points. So we can look at that in 3D. And now you can see where the building pad has actually excavated those areas there, and that is exactly what we want to happen. We can also extend this cut. Let's look at what the back looks like. So you can see why we did this area like this, because we can see that we needed to cut all the way to that edge there, and on the other side you can see that we needed to cut to that edge there. All right, so now we pretty much have our main landscape element in. So now we need to add in some hardscape elements like the walkways and so forth. So we can do that with the side view now. Would be a good idea to switch back to hidden line so we can see our building. And now we can also unhide our side plan view. Let's look back in wireframe so we can see it. So we can actually see those walkways, walkway lines. Here they are. You can see them curve like that and curve like that. So these areas that are represented here are actual pathways and walkways and so forth. Now we're not going to pay much attention to those, but we do still need to add in these areas. What I'm suggesting is that we kind of create a virtual boundary so we know how far we want to draw. But we know that those areas surrounding the terrain are actually going to be hardscape, walkway areas. So to do that, we're going to use our floor tool. And this time we're not going to choose level. We need to offset from level 1, because level 1 is going to be on the same level as our terrain. So we need to maybe go up about 6 inches, thereabout, or 150 millimeters to be exact, because we're in metric. And then we're going to use well, I'm actually going to draw this out. So I'm going to put my line tool like that, and up there I'm going to click a 3-point curve to get these curves going. Now or maybe I'll pick this one here. No, maybe let's see if okay, there we go. Curve that like that. And what I'm basically doing now is trying to estimate the edges of my curb. There we go. And I'm just trying to just draw this in real quickly like that. There we go. And this goes up to my stair and outwards again. Now these are landscape elements, so they don't really have, in our case we can just eyeball it and trace that, trace those elements out. There we go. And switch the line. And then again, as I said, I'm really kind of estimating these points here. And I'm kind of determining where are the edges of my curb. There we go. And now I'm back around the front. There we go. All right. So that's one edge, and now I need to do the other edge. So what I'm going to do is just kind of estimate where the edge of where I'm going to be drawing up to. So I think about that point is good, but I'm not done yet, because these are actual walkways here, so I need to actually draw these elements in. go. And here's another one here. Let's use this as just one very slight curve, and then we'll go with a deep curve here, and then we go with a nice shallow curve here. All right, I think that's about it. Okay, great. Oh, actually there's one more that's here, so I'm gonna go with a curve here and a curve here. All right, great. Now what I'm actually doing now is trying to determine the edges of my walkways. So notice that I'm just kind of clipping this in like this. This one might need to extend some more. Alrighty, and all I'm going to do now is trim these. I'm going to trim that like that, trim that like that. And this is basically the edge of my walkway here. There we go. I'm going to choose OK, and I'm going to say no, don't attach. All right, so let's look at that in 3D now. All right, and there goes our walkways. Let me extend this back out. So now you can see our walkways that's attached to our stair, and we pretty much have most of our landscape and hardscape elements in. All right, now if you get areas like this, what you can choose to do is it's just based on where you had drawn the building pad. So I could go back to my site view here, and I can actually select this building pad like that and go to edit boundary, and I can edit this and put this on the inside of that wall. There we go. So now when I go to 3D, when I go to my 3D view here, you will see that that's no longer an issue. All right, so that is how we get our basic landscape, well, hardscape and terrain in. The next step will start.
So
now include
guys,
trees
do you
and these
understand
elements.
where we are? Any questions so far? Guys?
Boy, sir, it was kind of hard to keep up, so.
Oh, yes. I know that
started
for
with
sure.
like- Yeah.
I know that for sure. But yeah, that's we have to kind of do it like that just to keep the pace going. But if you have any questions, maybe a question that you think will come up later. Hey. As it relates to adding the trees and those elements, they are just components. So for example, Revit, here we go. Right. So for example, this is what you should have, something like this. The elevation does have some tree representation. So to do that, you're going to go to architecture and go to components. Now, if you go to components, you will notice that, if you do the drop down here, you will see different components that you have inserted in the project so far. Now, trees might not be one of them. So you have to load that family into the project, then you add it. So then you would go to load family. You would get your load family window. So you would go to the US. Well, this is US Imperial. You can go to English. This would be metric. Go to US, and then you want to look for planting, I believe. And here you go. Now, each one of these are not a single tree. It's categories of trees, right? So these are tropical trees and just different types of trees. So let's say I pick one of these here to load it in. Now I can click to place that tree like that. But I'm going to press escape. I'm going to delete this. When I go back to components, go to architecture and go to components, notice that under this category, I see various tree types. So this is just one of them. So these are all the different trees that are here. Oops, it's down arrow. Right. These are all the different, where did you go? Right, these are all the different trees that are here. Now, the thing is, they look the same way, meaning the graphical representation of them is the same. But if you were to render your program in Revit or in Enscape, they would look different. But the graphical representation is the same. So, but we're not going to be rendering. So right now you just have to look at the size. So 10 foot, choose that. And then I can just place it, wherever. All right. Now you did this already last semester. So this is just a quick refresher. You should know how to load and place these trees already. All right, guys, so that's basically terrain. Before you go, I want to show you something. Is it fun? I guess you could consider it kind of fun. The reason why you do your terrain in Revit is that you're able to generate architectural drawings. So for example, if you look at some of my drawings here, you notice that the terrain is represented. It has the earth tool. You can see the edge of the terrain in a solid line. Like from a drawing perspective, it makes your drawings architecturally readable, right? However, the other purpose of the terrain is for visualization as well, like a lot of us do renderings, right? So, of course, you can export these terrains and carry them into Lumion, Twinmotion, and then you add materials, and they will be nice. Now, I mentioned earlier that I also kind of, I would say, specialize. It's an area that I normally focus in with terrain, especially when it comes to maybe there's a project. Usually because I normally work with terrain, I do a lot of guidance in that realm. I want to show you this thing here. This is a project from a couple years ago. Do I have the contours for it? Can you see it? Not really. I think you can see it in the CAD. Let me see here. Yeah, here we go. All right. Can you guys see those contours?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I want to show you something. So in this case, this project was already drawn, but the objective was to do a presentation for it. They needed to do like a billboard and a brochure and all that stuff. So in this case, I had the 2D drawings and I had the contours. Now, the contours did not have heights, but they have the numbers there, if you can kind of see the numbers. One of the challenging things with this project is that if I'm highlighting the contours now, and if you look at how this road is, this road goes around like this, and then it goes further down like this. But if you look on the contours aren't really representing what the surface of the earth would do. Like if you were actually to represent what the surface of the earth would do right here, you would see a lot more contours in these corner areas right here. Right? Anyway, so this was it. Let me show you I think I have a section here. This is what the section kind of looked like. So you kind of have here, and then this has what's it called? A basement parking. And then this is where the road kind of wraps around to this level. And then the road kind of continues down to this level. And then there's kind of like a huge retaining wall here and a secondary retaining wall here that goes down. Very exciting site to model. This is what it looks like with just the raw contours. These areas that you're seeing here, it looks like an ocean wave. These contours were actually extracted from Google Earth through SketchUp, right? So I know you were asking earlier about extracting contours from different sources. You guys know that you can extract contours from SketchUp? Anybody?
No, but that's why let me talk about sir or hear the other ways you can get it done.
Okay. So yeah, you can extract contours from SketchUp. They're not super accurate, but hey, it works for contextual representation. So this that I'm highlighting here, when I convert the contours from the drawings, this is what I get for the site. So this is the site right here. However, for the context, which I don't have, I went into Google Earth to get that context. Not Google Earth, but SketchUp. So for example, if you go into SketchUp here, where you go to File, you go to geolocation and go to add location. It's going to ask you to sign in. You don't have to have a purchased account. You can just sign in for free. Just make up a Google login and just sign in. Right? Doesn't matter if you have a subscription or not. And let me skip that. There you go. So it says you're signing. Once you're signed in, it will pop up and this is pretty much Google Earth. You can use street map or satellite image. So we're going to use satellite image. And we'll just hop over to Jamaica here. And I don't know, Kingston is quite boring because everywhere is flat. Maybe go up here. This is near to Long Mountain, I think. No, Long Mountain is more on this side. Right. Anyway, let's choose an area like here. And we're going to choose select region. You can choose where you want to import. Choose import. Then you get this, which is pretty flat. And then what you can do is you right click and you say, where are you? Or do I have to check it in here? Yeah, show terrain. There we go. And it shows the terrain. So it's, as I said, it's not going to be accurate down to the actual site, but it gives you a nice context. If you wanted to show some kind of context, like you can see that, oh, this road here is higher than that road. And this is the typical slope. All right. So in this case, this is what I did here. I used Google Earth to get the surrounding. And then here, I drew the contours. Now, I didn't draw this contour in Revit. I could have done it in Revit, but based on the output that you want. In Revit, if the output is architectural drawings, then I'm going to do it in Revit. But in this case, it's a rendering, so I did it in a program that I can sculpt landscaping in, right? So then now, I'm going to just jump ahead to show you the final. So this is what the final terrain look like. And if you notice, there we have the road coming down. Everything is red because I'm in a clay mode. That's just a mode that we use to see everything properly. So we have the stairs that's leading down here. We have the road curb. So you have the road coming around here. And what I've done, I've imported that same section. Remember that section that I showed you earlier? Let me hide the context. Oops. Right. And let's make this a different color because I can't see that there. So let's make it red or something. Yeah. Well, no, everything is red. Let's make it yellow. Green, maybe. Oops, come on. Green, 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 green. There we go. That's a little better. Right. And you can see the road sloping down. You can see the different steps of this is the landscaping that comes down. Now, this type of contour modeling is for the purpose of 3D visualization, not for architectural drawings. So it's this is why for this I would use a program that allows me to sculpt the landscape a bit more, whereas Revit's ability to do the landscaping is kind of rough, but it's good enough to generate architectural drawings. All right, any questions, guys? Nope. All right, so that is the terrain there. Oh, before I go to the next thing, I think I should have some images of what the final contour look like. Give me one sec. Let me look for that. Steer images. Here we go. Right. So these were the exterior renderings now. Right. Right. This is a good shot. So you can see this is the terrain going around and coming down to come to this level, then continuing behind the building to go to that level there. See if I have any shots that show the curb. Not really. No, not really. You can kind of see it here. So you're coming from one level here to go to this level, and then the curb comes around like that. All right, guys. So this is just a little bit more, a little bonus kind of show and tell of contour. There's a different application for contours. Now, in our application, we are doing it for the purpose of generating design drawings. So that's why we're doing it in Revit. We're not going to be doing rendering this time around. All right, so I want us to take a little break. For those of you that are working on your contours, I don't know if you can finish it up in a little break. Then we're going to jump into detailing. This is, of course, I'm talking about these panels. These panels that you're seeing here on the walls. We're going to look into how we create these panels. And also questions, guys. Remember, today is pretty much the last class that I'm going to see you before you finish your model. Are there any questions about detailing this building? Do you see any objects that you're wondering, how in the world do I create that in Revit? Anybody?
Repeat that, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions regarding objects in Revit details now? So for example, notice I have furniture. I have on the ground floor there's furniture. We have a furniture layout here. Everybody understands. We're going to go into the detailing of the building now. We're going to talk about the doors. Where do I see the doors? Like notice that these doors that you see on the elevation, and if you look at the section from inside, these doors are tall doors and they have the what you call the panic bars, right? Anybody know how to modify the doors to get these? So these are the detail parts of the building that we're going to move into now. I think last class we did ceiling with lighting. Anybody here have the ceilings in their model as yet?
Yes, sir.
Anybody? Okay, cool. Did you add lights in them? Did it work out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's really simple, guys. It's really simple. I know this building is a little tricky, but if you do this, guys, you will be fully comfortable with using Revit. This is the last module we have for learning Revit. After this, you have all the ammunition to create whatever you want to create. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute and then we're going to jump into detailing the building. If you can follow along, that would be great. We're going to look into how we get this wall here. If you look on this wall, you realize that it's very interesting. It's very small, but it has a lot going on here. It's slant this way. It's also slant that way as well. Right? These panels here that sit on the wall surface, right? Which is this glass facade that you're seeing right here. Right? All right. So we're gonna take like 5 and then we're gonna jump right into that part. Now, as it relates to the networking, we're going to dedicate next class to that because remember when we just started the class, we had that whole thing set up with the IDs where we could network. So now we're actually going to put it into practice because the grade for your collaborative assignment depends on this, right? So I'm glad that everybody kind of got familiar with it. I know some of us it wasn't really working, some of us it was working. So next class is when we're going to actually dive into completing the network. Now, guys, important, it must be working for you to get your grade. So it's going to be important that all of us come to the next class to get set up in our teams so that we can work collaboratively. All right. It's very easy. It's going to be very easy to do. The amount of work that you have to do for the second segment is like so easy. You can finish it in a day. All right. All right. Then we'll get some tea and we will continue. All right, guys, we're back. Yes, Odin, I see your message. We'll solve that network issue next week when we're going to the collaborative assignment. All right. You heard me, Odin?
Yes, sir, no problem.
All right, cool. All right. So we're going to continue. We're going to talk about some of the details that we have in the model. And we're going to see if we can get through them real quickly.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Okay. Now, based on where we are, we can see that we should have pretty much most of our walls already done. And now would be a good time to start to work on some of the exterior details of the building. So if we look on some of our reference images here, this is kind of a nice aerial view. We can start to pick that we have a railing here. We also have another railing here. And there are a couple other details. If we look at some other reference images we have, for example, on this side, we start to see, you know, we have an interesting retaining wall right there as well. And of course, one of the major features of this building, we have these glass panels here. So we're going to start to look on some of these details. As we have most of the massing done, we're going to look into how we can create these additional details here. All right, so we're going to start first with the railing. If we look on this image that's here, we can see that we have a very nice, interesting glass handrail that's there, and then we have another type of handrail that is here as well. So we're going to look into how we can start to create those railings. Now the process is fairly simple. If we want to create railings, perhaps the best view to use would be the plan view. So if I go to my level 2, and you can see I've just hatched the walls so that you can kind of make out the drawing. And the idea is that we want to create our railings along this edge here. So to do that, we're going to need to go to our railing tool. So we need to go to architecture, and then we're going to head over to railings. As a matter of fact, we are going to click on the little down arrow, and then we're going to click on sketch railing path. Now once you click that, you're going to be taken to the drawing tab, and in the drawing tab, before we actually draw our railings, what I want to keep an eye out for is the type of railings that we're going to use. Now the idea is that we want to select a railing type that is somewhat similar to the railing that we can see in the image here. Right, so if I could get my drop down list, you can see where I have a glass panel railing, and this is default to Revit, and that's perhaps the closest railing we have. So we're going to take that one, and then we're just going to modify those railings to look like the one here. So we're going to draw in the railing now, and we're still in sketch mode, so we're going to select the path for the railing, and we're going to choose OK. Now if we go on to 3D view, we see that the railing is actually on the ground floor. So we actually need to select that railing and look at the level, and obviously we want this to be on level 2. There we go. All right, so now we have our railings in, and it doesn't quite look like the railing in the image, so we need to make some modifications to this railing. Okay, so to make modifications, we're going to select the railing, and then we're going to head over to edit type. Now once in edit type, we're going to see this window pops up, and we now need to look on, let's first look on the rail structure. And in the rail structure, we can see that we have here 2 rails. And how this really works is that the rail 1 is really referring to this rail here, and the rail 2 is really referring to this bottom rail there. right? Now the top rail is a different, you edit that in a different settings. But all it's saying is that rail 1 is a particular distance from the top or bottom rail, and rail 2 is also a particular distance. The profile of it, it's a square railing, right? And then the materials are selected by the category. Now all we need to do is, well, as you can see in our reference image, you can see here that we don't have any rails. All we have is the top rail, which is there, and then we have the glass panels. So that's what we're gonna do, and what we're really gonna do is just delete these railings. Now the great thing about this is that there's actually a preview button here that you can hit, and you'll actually get a preview of what your changes would look like. So we need to get rid of the top rail and the bottom rail and just keep the glass, and we're also going to keep these rails, these balusters here. All right, now to do that, we're just going to delete and delete, and notice you might get an error message, and this is just simply saying that, you know, sometimes Revit references the distance between the railings, and it's just telling you that if you delete all the railings, it will now take its reference from the top or the bottom rail, which is fine. So we're going to choose yes, we want to continue. Now you may not see the update right away, so we're going to choose apply, and now you can see we only have the glass panel. Now how Revit works is a glass panel is really just another type of baluster. Mind you, it's a very wide baluster rather than a slender baluster, but Revit recognizes it as a baluster. And these settings here are for railing, so we need to actually come out of these settings. So we're going to choose OK. And next, what we need to do now is to go into the baluster placement, because remember, our glass panels are really read as balusters. So are these, and so are these. These are all balusters. Now what we want to do is we want to get rid of this little space here and this space down here. As you can see in our reference image, the glass really just takes up the entire space. Now to do that, we're going to head on into the edit for the baluster placement, and when we go in here, we see a couple settings here, and what we want to look on is our glass panels, which is here, and we can see that it has a base offset and a top offset, and of course the base offset really refers to the base here, and the top offset really refers to the top space here. So we really just need to get rid of those real quickly. So we want to choose 0 and 0. Choose apply, and there you have it. Now we have a full railings. Now we could also get rid of the balusters here and here, because all we really have is glass. So what we're going to do is we are going to get rid of these balusters by removing our balusters here. And when we get rid of our baluster at this point, then we will no longer have these guys here. So to do that, we're simply going to select that row and choose delete, and then we can choose apply, and that's what we have. Now we're going to leave these balusters here because these are really the end posts, and we are going to want the end posts to remain. Alright, so we're going to choose OK. And before we complete it, we're going to duplicate this and we're going to call this glass panel railing M plus. There we go, and choose OK. All right, so now we have created a new railing type called glass panel railing M plus, and that's what it looks like, and this looks pretty similar here. Now we're not gonna pay attention to the distances of the panels. For now, this is good enough for this representation. Now we do have another railing type that is here, and we can actually see that railing type in some of these images. There you go. This is what it looks like, and that railing type goes around here like that. Now we're going to just employ the same method to get this railing type around there. We can actually confirm like the height of this railing and the height of this railing to be here by looking on one of our drawings, particularly maybe one of our sections. There we go. So we can kind of get our height there, and we can just assume that it's the same height that's across there. So we can see where the height of this railing is 914, and we can just double check that here, and there we go, 914. So that is good to go. All right, so now we need to get in this railing, and we're going to repeat the same method by going to level 1, preferably level 2. There we go. And we know that the railing goes all the way around here. So all we need to do is go back to architecture and head over to railings, and in railings we're going to choose sketch. Now this time what we're going to use is actually the pick lines tool, and we're going to pick the edges of these lines here. So let's pick the, we can actually, let's do an offset. These walls here are 200, so let's offset it by 100, so that way we can pick the center lines. There we go. And for our last line here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a line, put one there. Oops. There we go. Okay, let's, there we go. And that's nicely trimmed. And of course, we're going to carry this down because this is where you would enter the stairs from. All right. Now that that is done, we are gonna say OK, and it must be a single. If you get this error message, it's perhaps because there are breaks in the line. So we're gonna choose continue and look for those breaks. Also, while we're here, we want to ensure that we are drawing this on the correct level. So we want to ensure that our level is set to level 2. And we want to also choose a railing style that is similar to what we're trying to achieve here. So in this case, we can see that's our railing style there. So perhaps the closest railing style would be maybe handrail pipe will do. All right, now we need to check to make sure that all our points are connected, because we were getting an error message, and I think this is where we have the overlap here. So if I pull this down, you can see where there was an overlap. So I'm going to use the trim extend tool and just join those together. Let's see if everything goes okay now. Now we still have another overlap, so we're going to search for that. Either we have an overlap or some of the lines are not meeting 100%. That's usually the reason. And I think here we have the other overlap here. So I'm going to pull that down and let's just use trim and extend. There we go. All right, we got. When you're doing the curve steer, it's going to be a little tricky. You have to make sure that the lines don't overlap when you use pick line. Right? Remember to use the pick line option rather than trying to draw your own curve inside for the steer, for the railing. Railing doesn't quite look like this railing, so we need to now go in and modify this. So as usual, we're going to click on edit type for this railing. Make sure that you have the railing selected. And then, well, first let us create our new railing. So we're going to choose duplicate. And what that's going to do is create a copy of this, and we're going to call this M plus interior, no, M plus balcony rails. All right, of course we can see our preview is over here, so we're going to do the same thing, and definitely we don't need so much rails, so we are actually going to just remove all of these rails. Choose apply. There we go. Then we're going to go into baluster placements, and in this case we know that we have quite a few balusters. So what we're going to do is change the distances of the balusters, and we're going to change that to maybe about maybe 150 millimeters. Let's choose apply. All right, we're getting there. The next thing is that these balusters are round, and we can see here where these are like more flat panel balusters. So we need to look into the baluster types. Now, if you take a look on this side, we can see that we have our start posts, corner posts, and end posts, and all of them are round. And we need to change that. So what we're going to do is change it from the round to let's use baluster square. Let's use steel flat. So we're going to change all of these to baluster steel flat. Choose OK. And okay, that's good. Let's choose apply. Okay, great stuff. Now we also need to change the baluster family, that's here, and that will be changed from the round to the steel flat. Let's choose apply, and there we go. Now this is looking quite similar. Now we do need to remove this guardrail here, so we're going to do that in just a bit. So let's choose OK. And what I want to do now is this guardrail here, we need to uncheck this, which is saying to use a guardrail. All right, good stuff. So we're going to uncheck that and choose apply. And that's actually the wrong one. No, not the top rail. It's actually, if you scroll down a little bit more, you will see where you have the handrail. This is really a handrail, not the top rail. This is actually the top rail here. So we should indeed choose none. And there we have it. Now we don't have a top rail. We don't have a handrail. The top rail, we could also change our top rail to be perhaps more of a square, or yeah, let's work with one of these. It's a bit thick, so let's try a thinner profile. I think that will work. Yeah, let's leave it at that. And if you do in fact get this error message here and you're not seeing any balusters, it is more than likely because the baluster placement options, as you can see here, our top offset and the base offset is set to 0, but we know that the height of our baluster is actually 940. So let's put that in. That must have changed when we accidentally deleted the top rail. So we just needed to go back and make sure that our top rail has an actual dimension. Choose OK. And there we go. That is looking quite similar to what we have there. Now there is one more railing to do, and that is the railing that's going up these stairs here. And if you use these reference images, you can see what that railing looks like here. So that is that railing there that is supposed to go along the stairs. So I'm going to leave you guys to now create that railing using the same kind of method that we used to create these two railings here. So you think you guys can manage that? To create those railings, that one there? Who is with me? Oops. I need to center this. Guys, are you with me?
Yes, sir, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, probably.
Yes. So, right. So I'm gonna let you guys create this railing on your own. Right. So it's going to be up to you to create this railing. All right. But we at least covered how to get this one and this one across here. Those are pretty much the main railings. By the way, this stairs right here is not a railing, it's really a wall. As you notice, it's really a wall that is there, right? So you will use the wall tool in order to get that one that's there. All right. All right, let us continue. We're going to dive in to get these panels now. So try out those methods to create this railing. What I will say, the only thing that is different about these railings are when it comes to the stairs here and here, going to the railing tool, we would now have to select place on stair, and when you click the stair, that is how you get the railing there. So that is the main difference that we would have to contend with. Now, if I just remove those railings, I want to highlight an important point here that that might give some person some trouble. Now, if you notice these stairs here, how I've drawn these stairs is that I've drawn a stairs here, and I've drawn a floor, and then another flight upstairs. Now this can work, however, this is not the recommended way to do the stairs. You want to try to do one flight upstairs in cases where you need to have railings. So for example, if I try to put railings here, what you will notice happening is that when I go to architecture and go to railings and go to place on stair, I'm not able to select this element here. I can only select these two elements here. So I'm left with this gap here, which you could put a regular railing, but what's going to happen is it's going to be mismatched. You're going to end up with a railing like that, and you're going to end up with this weird space here. So the best way to deal with that is if you find that you're in this situation, it's much easier to just actually delete these stairs and draw one straight stair. So I'm going to simulate that problem. So I'm going to delete these stairs here, and I'm going to leave the landing here just as a reference point. And this is for those of you who might have created the stairs like this. All right, so I need to recreate the stairs. So I'm going to go to the plan view, and I'm going to go to architecture and go to stair. And I'm going to make sure that I'm creating a straight stair. Now I could sketch a stair from scratch, but because the stair is straight, there's no need to sketch a straight stair. We can actually just use the defaults here. I'm going to check my levels. So what I'm going to do is make sure that I'm moving from level 1 up to level 2. I could also check the type of stair. I can always change that later, so there's no problem there. And I can also choose my where I'm going to have my location line. So I might choose to have my location line on the left. All right, so now I'm going to start drawing the stair, and I'm going to start a little bit earlier, maybe like about here. And I think I need to change the line to the right. There we go. And I'm going to go about here, and then click again to create a landing, then click again to continue the stairs, and I'm going to click beyond the point here, and notice that it says 14 risers created, 0 remaining. I'm going to click once more, and the stairs will be created there. All right, so now this message is only saying based on the fact that the stairs is intersecting the wall there. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust the width of this stairs real quickly. There we go. And with that said, we have quickly recreated our stair. Now I could just click OK here and just click this entire zone. Right about there, default, which is okay. I can just remove this landing that is here. And notice it. In one sec, guys. Kind of went a bit overboard there. Hold on. Yeah, I could just click OK here and just click this entire stair and kind of move it down a little bit. That it's which is good enough. Now if I go to my 3D view, you will see that it gave me railings by default, which is okay. I can just remove this landing that is here, and notice it gave me a different type of landing that is also here. Now additionally, if you did your stairs like this from the get-go, that would be great, but just in case some of us might have had to redo our stairs, and you might notice that it's not lining up with the terrain as you had it. Now there are some tweaks that you can do so that you don't have to go forth and edit your terrain again. And usually these settings, you click on the stair, and usually you can play around with the top offset, the number of risers, and the tread depth to try and kind of nudge the stairs into what you want to do. So for example, instead of 304, we could try a value of maybe 250, and you might get some messages, some warning messages. So for example, you can see now that the stair is a bit short because we have shortened every tread to 250 millimeters. So we're going to have to push that back. So I'm just nudging that with my arrow keys, as you can see. And I think that just about did it. Maybe just to come forward just a little bit, and maybe try this at 260, and set it back a little bit, and pretty much we're back where we started. So modify this stair, these railings again. So I can click on this railing, go to edit type, and I can again duplicate this and call this M plus entrance rails. And I'm going to do the same thing again. If I look in my structure, of course I don't need all of these rails. I'm going to delete all of them, because as you can see, the design of the rails here are really super simple. So I'm going to choose OK. So now I don't have any rails, and I also do not need the handrail, so I'm going to just switch that to none. And let's choose apply and see what that looks like. Let's choose OK. And that's about it. That can do it. And we're going to choose my other rail over here, and we're actually going to choose M plus railing. That's like that. And oh, not the glass railing, but the entrance rails, like that. There we go. And in terms of this other rail here, what we can actually do is further go ahead and modify this, and we can duplicate this again, and we can call it rails, and we can say no balusters. I'm just going to put BAL, and this time I go into balusters, and I'm going to say no regular balusters, and no start, no corner, and no end post. Choose OK and OK. And there we have it. Now we only have the rails, as you can see we have here. All right. Okay, great. So we pretty much have all our balconies, all our railings in. Now we're going to look at some more details as we go here. And we're also going to look at the retaining wall that we should have right here. Now if we look on our images, we can see that we have a retaining wall that we can kind of see here. Here it is. We can see that retaining wall right here being represented here. Or there is actually a drawing that we can use. Here we go. We can see that retaining wall there, and that is pretty much what is happening in this area here. So we would need to now put in this wall that would be about right there, which is really that wall. All right. Now to get this wall in, it's going to take a little bit of it's going to take a new feature of modeling, and we're going to look on that in just a sec. We can use our plans to get the length of this. There we go. So we can use our plans to get the rough length of this wall here, so we can get the positioning of this wall correctly. So between these two drawings, we're able to construct what this wall looks like. Now it's kind of interesting because notice this line here is slant, and this line here is also slant, but they slant at different degrees. So the first thing we do to if we want to create this retaining wall, I'm going to leave that right there, is the concept is we're going to draw one end of our wall like that, and then we're going to extrude the wall to another end like that. And after we extrude this, then we're going to angle it at a particular angle so that we can get the wall at the correct angle like that. So that is going to be our plan of action. So in order to create that first extrusion, remember, we're going to create we need to create a flat surface like that in order to extrude it that way. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to architecture here, and in order to draw on this wall surface here, we need to change our working plane. So we're going to go to work plane and go to set, and then we're going to say pick a work plane, because we want to actually pick this wall as our work plane. So we're going to pick that, then choose OK. We kind of hover over this wall, there we go, and click, and now our work plane is set. But just to be sure, we want to show our work plane so that we can know that indeed we are drawing on this part of the wall there. All right, now we can actually hide this piece of land and the building pad. It might be getting in the way. All right, now what we want to do now is create a custom modeling place element, and we're going to choose a wall category for this element. So remember the plan, we need to really just construct a part of the wall like that, and then we just need to extrude that wall to create that retaining wall. So we're gonna choose OK, and we're gonna call this retaining wall. Now the interesting thing is that we are not going to use an extrusion for this. Instead, we are going to actually use a swept blend. And the reason for that is this wall is not an exact extrusion. If you look at it closely, you can see that the wall is actually getting smaller and the shape is actually changing throughout the length of the wall. So what we need to do is we're going to choose swept blend. And how this really works is we need to create shape 1. So let's say that our shape 1 is here, and that's good. Then we need to create a shape 2, which would perhaps be a little smaller, and then we have to choose a path by which they will extrude. So then we'll connect them this way, and then Revit will automatically connect all the corners together and create our shape. So that's essentially what we're going to do. We need to choose the path, choose profile 1, which is the first shape, and then we need to choose profile 2, which is going to be the second shape. After we do that, then we just click the green tick, and as long as our model is created correctly, we should get our shape. All right, great. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to sketch path. Now when we go to sketch path, we need to actually set our working plane. So if we take a look on this, we have to remember that our path that we're going to be sketching is going to be perpendicular to this working plane. So that's the direction we're going. Because remember, we're going to actually create a shape like this, and then we're going to create a shape like that. So we actually need to change our working plane first in order to sketch this path. So we are gonna, let's change our working plane to level 1. There we go. So now our working plane is going to be pretty much flat. Let me show you the level. So that is our working plane there. And we're going to choose our path. So we're going to draw the path. So we're going to just arbitrarily draw our path. We can change it later. So I'm just going to draw a straight line. And you can see how this is kind of turning out. You can see these two rectangles here, and these rectangles, these green rectangles here, represents our first shape, and then this is our second shape. So this is what Revit is expecting us to do. So after we draw the path, then we're going to have to choose create the two shapes. All right, so now that we've created our path, we're going to choose OK, and now we need to create profile 1. And remember, profile 1 should really be the first part of the retaining wall, and then profile 2 will be the second edge of the retaining wall. And Revit should connect all of these edges for us just fine. All right, so we're going to go to profile 1, and we're going to create profile 1. Now we're going to use the same revise it method. So when we choose profile 1, we need to select edit profile. There we go. Now we're going to be drawing profile 1, and profile 1 is this area here, which is flat against the wall. So if we look at our drawing here, we can see that profile 1 would be equivalent to that shape. So we have the measurement here, we have this measurement here, and we have the angle, which is here. So we're going to use that to draw the profile 1. So so the base is 1088, and then we go up by 3420. There we go. And then now what we're going to do is draw the angle, which is, well, the angle is actually on the opposite side. So I'm going to draw an arbitrary angle, and then I'm going to revise it. So I'm going to go to annotate and use my angle tool here. And there we go. And now all I need to do is to click this line and change this to 103.72. There we go. All right. Now, pretty much, I just need to join these two lines. And there we go. We have our first profile, which is really equal to here. And we can OK our first profile. Now we need to do our second profile, and our second profile is actually equal to here. So in order to do that, we're gonna do the same thing, choose edit profile, and we're gonna click draw. And now, okay, let's choose OK. Want to ensure that you select the second profile, and then we're going to choose edit type. Now once you do that, what you will notice is that this becomes highlighted because we have already drew this profile in the background. All right, so now we're going to draw this profile here. Actually, to ensure things are actually lined up, I'm going to cancel that. I'm going to go back into my first profile, and it's a good idea to actually align this. So I'm going to select everything here, and I'm going to move this, and I'm going to put this corner right on this point there. So I can use that point as a reference point so that I know my shapes are aligned. Okay, so we're going to choose OK. All right, now we can go back to Profile 2, and now I can start to draw this shape from here. So I can see I have the measurements for this shape here and here, and I have the angle here. Okay, so let's plug those shapes in, those numbers in. So this is 400. I'm going to put in an arbitrary angle. We're going to edit that later. The height is 1100. There we go. And we're going to just leave that line there. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to go over to annotate and go to angle, so I can actually put in this angle here. There we go. And then I'm going to change this line here to 100.30. And I'm going to trim these lines up. There we go. And then I'm going to choose OK. So now we can see where we have our first profile, which is linked to here, and our second profile, or rather that's the first profile, and that is linked to there. So now we just need to choose OK, and notice Revit has created this shape for us, which is all great. Now of course, when we look on this in plan, we can see that this is actually straight, and even some of it is inside the wall here. Well, actually no, it's an overhang. But when you look at the plan here, you can see that this is actually at an angle, so we need to actually incorporate that angle now. So in order to do that, we need to let's just use a detail line. Oh, we need to finish this model by clicking OK. All right, so we can use a detail line, and we can go to annotate and go to angle, and we can select this angle here, and we can now plug this in, which is 112.20. There we go. So now it is actually at the correct angle. We can now get some dimensions in. So by checking this here, we can see that we have a dimension that we can use between the edge here and the edge of the entrance to the lower floor. So if we look on our level 1, there we go, we can use this dimension here, which would equate to between this distance and that point there. And we can see where this is 4482. So I'm going to actually select this point here, and there we go. So we can see that this point is actually all the way down here. And if we look on that on 3D, we can see that we now have this in place. All right, so this is great. So we can actually use our unhide tool now, which we can find down here. Sorry, not that tool, that's the render tool. Our unhide tool, which is that. And we can unhide this terrain by selecting it and choose unhide element. And then we can turn it off. All right, so now that we have this point here, we also need to unhide our building pad. So now we can actually adjust our building pad to match what we have here. So to do this, I would use a top view actually. And let's see here. Yes, we can use this top view, and you can see that the terrain is actually hidden. So I'm going to select the topography, and I'm going to go over to I need to unhide the category first, so let's unhide that. There we go. All right. What we actually need to do is we need to select the building pad. Let's see if we can grab that. So I think if I switch to a 3D view, I can see it better. And what I want to do is I probably have to tab into it, but I need to select the building pad. You can know when you see the building pad name there. And then I need to go to edit boundaries. So now that I have that, I can go to my top view, and maybe let's go to level 1. There we go. And let's look at it in wireframe. Good. And the idea is that we want to move this building pad now to represent the retaining wall right there. And we're going to choose OK. Oh, we need to fix that up. There we go. And we're going to pull this out here like that. Choose OK. Oh, we need to trim this up. All right. So if we look at that in 3D, we can see where we now have our retaining wall that fixes this here. Now, there is one more thing that we do need to fix, and that is the length of this retaining wall. I need to go back to edit in place, and I need to select this and go back to edit sweep. And I need to go, what I need to do is actually, I need to change the length of this here. Now, we can go to edit path, but before we actually change this, if you notice the length of the path that we see here, we actually did not input that. So if I go over here, I will see, that's the length it's supposed to be, 8,341. So I want to change that. There we go. Let me double check that. So I want to choose this guy here. Right, 8,341. And I think both points move, so I'm going to select back these 2 points. And I'm going to move that back to, I think I better do it from a top view. There we go. This is a much better view. So I can move this point back to here where it should be, and there we go. So that's something that I should have done from the get-go, which is to edit the path. There we go, and I'm going to choose OK. All right, so now that I look in 3D, now this should be the correct length, which is what you're seeing here. All right, so that is how we get this retaining wall, and this is a very custom fit retaining wall. So that is how we'll get that wall in. Now from a plan view, you might see that it's not quite, this retaining wall is supposed to actually be inside this wall here. So even if I nudge it back into this wall, and I'm actually using the arrow keys to kind of nudge it back in there, I can use my my views. Okay, to see how that is working out. All right, that's great. Okay, now what I want to do is make sure that this is lined up properly. So let's check back. This measurement should be 4482, so we're going to put that back. Right, that's the distance that that wall should be. And remember, we got that distance from here. So we need to ensure that this wall is in the right location. All right. Then we also had the length of this wall. We could use this plan here, and we see the length was 8341, and we actually did make that length correct. So that length is from actually the center of this wall. So I'm gonna move this. Right, here we go. Actually, no, it was from this corner. Move that up to here. There we go. So this is actually the correct length of this wall that's there. Now what we can do is we can really go back here and go back into edit sweep blend, and I can go back into sketch path, and I can actually carry this path down a bit like that, so that I have it intersected in the wall. Now of course you notice that you have a little part that's kind of sticking out like that, and how we get rid of this is we have to use a we have to subtract this shape from here. Now a quick way we can do that is to click on the wall and go to edit in place, and this time we can use a void form, which is located here. So you can see the void form, and what we can do with the void form is cut this cut off this section here. Now in order to do that, what we need to do is we're going to click void forms, and we're going to choose what type of void we want to cut this. So we're just going to choose a regular extrusion, and what we're going to do is just draw a random box, because remember the idea is that whatever is intersecting this box, like this area here, will now be removed. So let's look at that in 3D before we OK it. So you can see that's where the box is there, and we're going to choose OK. We're going to change the height of this, because remember what we want to do is have this box slice this section here that is sticking out there. Okay, now once we have that selected, then we need to go to the cut button here and choose what we want the box to cut, which is actually this object. So we choose that and press enter, and now it is actually cut. So if we look on that in plan, we can see that this area is nicely cut like that, and we're going to choose OK. Now once you choose OK, you might get a message that says some of your dimensions has to be deleted. That's fine, you just need to delete that dimension. All right, and that is it. So now we have this. We just need to go back and edit this this building pad right here. So I'm just going to use tab to get into the building pad, which there it is. I go to edit boundary, and I'll do that from my plan view, and I'll pull this back just a tad like that. All right, so now this entrance is looking like what it should. Okay, so those are some exterior details that we started to add. Now, the last thing that we need to add now is actually the panels, which is kind of the heartbeat of this project, which you can see these panels that are here, which are represented, which is representing what you see in the images here. All right. Now, ideally, the panel in reality is actually fixed to the wall. So if you look at this detail view here, you can see that the panel itself, which is here, is actually 20 millimeters, and there's a small space which should house the mounts for the panels, and then there's the wall. So this gives a rough idea of what we need to achieve. Now, pretty much that covers most of the exterior walls, like up here and here and on the other side of here. Now, what we're going to do is we're just going to focus on one particular wall, which is here. And then you guys just use the same method to apply to these other areas. All right. Now, to get going, what we're going to do is actually use a curtain wall. And a curtain wall is really just another type of wall, but it's a non-load bearing wall. Essentially, a curtain wall is usually hung. But in our case, we are going to use the curtain wall to represent the panels in Revit. So to do that, we're going to head over to Architecture. Then we're going to head over to Walls. And what we're going to do next is we're going to change our wall type and choose curtain wall. Now by default, these three are usually there, and we're going to start from a blank curtain wall. So we're going to choose curtain wall 1, and what we can do is actually we can do this from a plan view. So let's do it from level 2. All right, so we're going to choose curtain wall 1, and what we're going to do is we're going to use the pick lines feature, and we're basically going to pick the edge of our wall here. Now what I'm going to do for our purpose, I'm going to turn off this override that I have here. Well, first let's hide the land. So we're going to hide the land here. There we go. And then I'm going to turn off the override. So I'm going to override the category, and I'm going to say do not hatch the walls. I'm going to put that back to default. So now you can actually see the thickness of the walls. Okay. Now, okay, so I'm going to go to walls and choose curtain wall. There we go. And then I'm going to use the pick line tool, and what I'm going to do is just pick the edges of this wall here. That's one edge. All right. Now notice when you create the curtain wall at first, it does this. It does a couple weird things. Now, as you can see, the curtain wall is actually on the inside of the wall, and then when it does the corner, it does this weird angular thing. Okay, so to solve the first problem, we just need to find the flip button to flip the curtain wall on the outside, like that, and like that. So that takes care of that. However, we still have the issue of this angle that's right here. And you might notice that the curtain wall doesn't take angles so nicely. So let's look on that in 3D, see what it looks like. And we can see the walls here. We can set the heights of them, no problem, but we do have this weird angle here. We can actually see where the curtain wall actually curves, but yet still the panel is totally not going along with the curve. Now, as it relates to the heights, we can always change that. We can actually use the align tool to modify. Go to the align tool, and we can align the top and the bottom. And the top here. Top. Oops. All right. So that takes care of that. However, we still need to solve this problem. Now, an easy way to solve this problem is actually by, I would say, kind of outsmarting Revit. Now, in reality, Revit provides angular curtain walls because usually in reality, to get curved glass or curved curtain walls, you would really create that by creating a series of corners. So that is what Revit is expecting. So for example, if I were to use a curtain wall again to create a curve, Revit is expecting you to, you know, take slight angles to create an actual curve like that. However, what we're going to do is, it is possible to have a glass that is curved. As a matter of fact, if we look on our drawings here and the reference photos, we can see clearly that this glass is indeed curved. You can see it here. So this glass is actually curved, and it is not actual corners like a polygon. So we would need to accurately represent that here. And in order to do that, we have to create a little trick for Revit. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to do this in 3D so you can see what's actually been done. We are going to create a particular wall and then apply that wall to override this curtain wall. So what do I mean by that? Well, I'm in this little area here. I'm going to demonstrate. So what I'm going to draw here is a normal wall. So I'm going to select a generic 6-inch wall. I'm going to draw a regular wall like that. And this is what that wall looks like. Now what we're going to do is turn this into glass, and then we're going to apply this glass to replace this curtain wall, because Revit doesn't want to curve curtain walls, but Revit will indeed curve walls. As you can see here, these walls are curved because you can have curved wall in reality and it's pretty normal. So the idea is that we're going to trick Revit into thinking that this glass is really a wall. So in order to do that, I'm going to select this wall here, and then I'm going to go into edit type. Now I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to call this M plus glass, just to give it a different name. And of course, I'm going to change the structure of this so-called wall. So when I change the structure, I'm going to say, let's make the structure of the wall really glass. So I'm going to change the material by clicking these 3 dots here. And I'm going to search for glass. I'll choose glass clear glazing. And of course, I'm going to change the thickness. I'm going to change that to 20 millimeters. Then what I'm going to do next is I'm going to insert another layer, and I'm going to actually change this layer to air to represent this 5 millimeter space that we have here between the wall and the glass. So I'm going to change that to 5. All right. And then I'm going to choose OK. And I'm going to choose OK again. Now what you see here is really a type of wall that we have made glass. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select my curtain wall. I'm going to go to edit type. And then I'm going to change my curtain wall panel from none to the wall that I just created, which is M plus glass, which is that. And choose OK. All right. All right. So now I've actually changed that to that. There we go. So that's the M plus glass right there. And notice how this is now curved. Now, the thing is, it's actually inside the wall, so we need to actually change that. And how we're going to change that is, let's see if we can select this. There we go. And I'm going to change it to exterior. Let's see. Now let's change it to interior, finished face. And there we go. Now it comes out on the other side. I'm going to do the same thing for this. And what I'm doing here is actually selecting the panel, not the curtain wall. All right. If I click the curtain wall, it's going to say curtain wall, but I'm actually selecting the panel and then changing it, the justification. Now remember that this is really just a wall, but we are really letting Revit think that it is glass. Or letting Revit think that it is a wall, but it's really glass. All right, so that takes care of having our outer layer there. There we go. Okie doke. All right, so now that we have that done, and we have that there, you want to double check to ensure that you have selected glass. So you want to get that, ensure that you have selected the glass there. Okay, doesn't matter which glass you choose actually, as long as it's there. So if I go to my shaded view, we need to have the wall, which we can see clearly here. And then we can see that the glass is on the outside of that wall. All right. So now that we have that done, the next thing is to create those divisions for the panels. And to do that, we just need to go over to architecture and we need to create a curtain wall grid. Curtain wall grid. So we pick that. And what this is essentially doing is splitting these into panels. Now we could we can actually split these evenly if we wish. Now when you use the curtain grid feature, you can actually create these spaces manually, which is great, but it might take a little time. So you can create these horizontal spaces and it might not be so even. Now you can get in and change the dimensions to make them even, but I'm going to undo that. Perhaps a much shorter way would be to select the curtain wall, right? And by the way, one thing that we forgot to do is to create our own curtain wall. So I'm going to duplicate this and call this M plus panels. There we go. So that way we have, you know, in case later on we want to make different curtain walls. So I'm going to change this to M plus panels. And just like what we did with our walls, we have our own anytime we create a new custom family, we create a new name. All right, so now I'm going to choose the M plus panels, go to edit type, and then I'm going to look on the vertical grid and horizontal grid, and I can just actually say minimum spacing. It can be maximum as well, but I'm going to choose minimum, and I'm going to put in, this is the default, I'm going to just leave it, and what it's going to do is divide up all the curtain walls using a minimum spacing of 1500. Pick that, and there we go. Now in some cases it does actually do it, but the division is actually there, but sometimes because of graphics we're not really seeing it. If I actually click there, you can actually see that the divisions are indeed there. And if we go to wireframe, we can see that those divisions are there. But sometimes when you look at it in the shaded views, we're not quite seeing them there. Now, additionally, we could go in and still add more points by clicking on the curtain wall and go to curtain wall grid, and we can actually add in additional spaces here. All right, so if you see the spaces disappear, don't be alarmed. It's just really a graphical glitch that might happen because of the tiny spaces between. Now we can go in and change the options here in case that this isn't big enough, and we can change this to like 800. Choose apply, and maybe we don't want the horizontal grid. Let's keep that at 1200, and let's keep this at about 1000. All right, there we go. That looks a bit better. So that's how we get the panels in. Now, in some cases, you might have to shape the panels a certain way. So for example, just as an example, I could click on this here and I could go to edit profile, and I could actually change the profile of these panels here. So now when I choose OK, it cuts it like that. Not that you'd want to do that here, but I pointed that out because there is, if you look at the reference images, you can see that this area here has the panel sliced at an angle, so you might have to use that to get that area done. All right, so that is pretty much it. We looked on creating railings, and we actually created different types of railings. We looked at.
All right, guys. Now I know that was kind of a slug to put through. Like, that's a lot of information. You can absorb this information in your own time, but you need to absorb it and do it this week. Now there's one more tip that I want to add. This one is pretty short. Because I used to leave it for you guys to figure out, but what I was told is that no, I need to at least show you how to do that. Oops. Right? So I'm going to show you one more tip. Now, if you look at the drawings, so you should have something like this. Where's my 3D view? Okay, good. So here. What is that? No. All right. Okay. Guys, are you here? Are you living? Are you alive?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir.
Right. You are alive and kicking. All right. Yes, the last thing I want to show you how to do is the doors. If you notice, there are some custom doors here. Like if you look on the images on the mirror board, come on. I think it's the internet. Okay, let's close and open that back. Right. You will notice that these doors are pretty tall. Right? Very, custom doors. Now, if you look on the drawings also, um, like for example, this view. So this view shows the doors from inside. So you're inside the building looking out. That's what this section is showing you. Notice that we have these tall doors, but we also have panic bars on the doors, right? And this is a small little detail, but it is important. All of these little things teach you different things about Revit. So the doors that you see there, like if you should go to the door tool and you look at the different tools that you have in Revit. So for example, right. So for example, these are the door tools, the doors that you would normally see in Revit. And if you don't see the door that's there, let me show you that again. That's these doors here. I put it down here, make it bigger. Right, that's these doors there. Put it over here. Put this over here. I'll get rid of this because we don't need to use this right now. Right. Right. So these doors. Now, what you want to do, you want to find the closest matching door. In this case, so you would go to widen this a little bit. Right. So you would go to insert, or you could go to doors rather, and then you go to load family, and you could look for a matching door. So I think that if I go to doors here, maybe these. So I'm going to load this door in. I'm going to just pick a size, any size, doesn't matter. Right? And I already have it loaded in, so I'm just going to replace it. Now, if I place it here, this is the door I see. Right? Let's look at another door. Load this in. What about this one? Let's just pick a size. Oh, this is actually the same door. Okay. It looks a little different. Hold on. Let's go back here. I think I already, I already modified this door. Let me pick a different one like this. So you're going to ask me to replace? No. Okay, fine. All right. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can do this with any door. Doesn't matter the size. So what you want to do is choose the closest door that kind of looks like the one that you want to achieve, right? And then you want to change the height, which that is pretty straightforward, right? So you can go into edit type here and nothing special here. So the door height, I think it's like what, about 3,200 or somewhere near that. I'm just going to put an estimation here. No problem. Now, in order to get the panic bars. Or in this case, what we're doing, we're going into a door family and modifying it. And this is going to be something maybe new to some of us. If you need a particular family to look a certain way, you can do one of two things or three things. A, you can go to our website and download a family. Remember, we did this last semester. Dominique, are you here, Dominique? Dominique? Dominique here? What about Alex? I know Alex is here.
Yes, sir.
Right. Do you remember where one of the places that we went to get families for Revit?
The library, sir.
Apart from the library?
Oh, like Revit City?
Right. We went to Revit City. We went to BIMobjects.com. And then we learned that there are certain manufacturers that have a Revit library, right? So you could look for this door in a Revit library. So that's one option. The second option is you could build this door from scratch in Revit, right? And the third option is you could just get a door that looks similar to it and then modify it, right? Now we are going to build something from scratch. It won't be a door, but we're going to do that in the next assignment. For this assignment, I just want to introduce you how to modify a family. So in this case, I have a door that kind of looks like the door that I want to achieve, but I just need to modify it a bit. I just need to add these panic bars here. So to do that, I'm going to click on the door and go to edit type. Not edit type, edit family. And then it's going to open the door in the family editor, right? And notice that my ribbon and everything changes because now I'm in the family editor, editing the door. Now I'm going to need back my view tab in order to show you this. I'm going to put it back over here. All right. So right now I am in this 3D view called preview. If I look around, that is what the door looks like. And what I would need to do is I would need to add a family to this family. Yes, you can do that. So I'm inside of a door family, and what I want to do is to add another family. So to do that, I would go to insert. No, I would go to create. Where is insert? No, I need to go to insert first, and then I need to load the family. Now in this case, I want to go to door hardware. This is where you find things like door locks, doorknobs, and all these things. So if you ever wondered how do you get these details on an object, in this case it's a door, but it's for anything. Any family in Revit, you can insert a family in that family. In this case, I want to insert these panic bars. I'm going to double click it and I'm going to just add it to this file. Now when it's added to the file, it is in the file, but I haven't placed it on the model. So to place it on the model, I'm going to go under the Create tab, and I'm going to go to Component. And these are all the components that I've loaded in. And one of them should be the oops. So there, the component. And no, this is a threshold actually. So I don't want the threshold, I want the panic bar, which is here, which is this. Now notice when you're placing it, it's placing on the work plane, on the ground plane that is here. So maybe a good way to import this, let me escape, is maybe I would go to like a plan view. There we go. And of course, you notice there are a lot of lines and a lot of stuff happening here. We'll learn a little bit about this in the family editor. We'll do that for the next assignment. But for right now, we're just going to go back to create and we're going to go to components here. And I'm just going to place this panic bar. If the door swings out like this, the panic bar needs to be here. So I'm going to just drop it on here like that. And then I'm just going to move it with my move tool to just move it, just line it up with there. All right, so then now, if I go to the inside elevation view, interior view here, double click that. Then you notice that my panic bar is all the way down here. So I would need to move this maybe like halfway, maybe like this. Now, I used the wrong door for this. Ideally, I wanted a door with a bigger frame. So when you are doing it, I would choose a different door. But in this purpose, I'm just showing you how to add it. So next, what I would do is I would click this and I would just mirror this here. Make sure that I have copy on in the mirror. Right. And there we go. So you can see, yeah, so we can see that we have the panic bars right there. Now, the thing is, when you have this, you need to load it into the model. So you'll notice that up here. And you can either load into model or load in and close, right? So if you plan to make more edits to this later, then you can load in and close. But for right now, so I'm just going to choose what is the project. And it's asking me which project. It's going to be this one. There you go. I'm going to replace the one that's there. All right. And there is my doors with the panic bar. So this door is a family. And inside of that family, I added another family. So I'm kind of just going through trying to give you everything you need to complete the details on this model. I think we are pretty much, I know that I've given you a lot of data to process, but this is what we're going to do, guys. Let's take a look on our timeline here. Let's go here. Right, as it is now, we are right. The final project is actually due yesterday. Exactly. It's due yesterday. So we're going to move that, and we're going to move the due date for that project to you have studios on Friday, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give you two important dates. Target 5. Target 5 is to complete the details on the model. This means the panels, the doors, everything that we just did, right? This target here, I need you to hit that this week, right? So the submission for this target will be, I'm gonna make it Saturday, because I know that you have studio Friday. We're gonna do that on Saturday. I will close the submission forms for target 5. This is the last target you have to hit to get all your class participation grade, right? Now remember, these targets is not me marking the project. This is just you submitting the work to me to show that we call it on-time class participation. So what I discussed in class, you are supposed to now go ahead and do it, right? And I'm going to give you a little more time because I know that we are a little behind. So target 5 is going to be for this Friday. Now, when you come to class next week is going to be a super important class. Why? Because we're going to go into a new topic, which is collaboration. And we're going to talk about the drawing sheets. That is what you will be submitting. So notice that on the handout here, make it a bit larger, scroll to the end page, we're going to be looking in detail on what do you have to deliver to get your grade, right? So you are going to give me design development drawings, right? That's the type of drawings that we're going to do. When you come next week, I'm going to talk to you about what makes design development drawings, right? Because when you create a BIM model, from that BIM model, you can get presentation drawings, you can get design development drawings, and you can get construction drawings. Those three types of drawings come from the same model. So the key thing is knowing how do you manipulate the model to get those types of drawings. And this is going to be something that's super important for you when you're learning Revit going forward, right? A lot of people know how to model, but they don't know how to produce the drawings, right? Remember, what matters is the drawings. Even if you have the most beautiful BIM model, you have to deliver the right types of drawings for the right type of situation. A good example of this, if you take a look on the mirror board, in order for you to reconstruct this model, I had to give you various types of drawings. Like, notice that this is a floor plan. Let me paste them beside each other. This and this. All right, let's see. Russell, are you here, Russell? Russell? Hold on, am I out of time? No, we have like an hour left, but we won't be going for the full hour. We're almost done. Are you here, Russell? No? Who is here? Is Mia here? Come on, guys. Who is here?
I'm here, sir, McLaren.
All right, McLaren. If you look on these two types of plans, what do you notice is the difference between them?
Sir, one of color and the next one black and white.
So
Right. Right.
Basically room tax.
Yeah, furniture layout.
Right. This one is giving me the names of the room, the square footage, the furniture layout, but this one is giving me dimensions, right? More precise dimensions. So these are two completely different types of outputs that we got from the same model. When you were creating this model, you needed things like angles and its precise dimensions. But then when you're doing the furniture layout, like, you don't need to know the width of this chair and how far the chair is from the cabinet or things like that. So this is an example. I'm saying that you can get different types of information from the same model. And sometimes we invest a lot of time to create this awesome model, but then we give the wrong type of information for the wrong purpose. This information is great for schematic design, showing you your idea. This one is great if I was building the building or reconstructing it in any way. So therefore, when you put stuff on your studio sheet and you pin up for your presentation, there are some drawings that will require you to have dimensions and details, and some that just requires maybe some basic color coding. So that is what we're going to touch on next week. But in order for us to do that, you guys need to have your model complete. And we're going to look at how do you generate different types of plans, different types of elevations, different types of sections. For example, you can, if you take a look on this section, do another example here, versus this section. It's this one here versus this one here. All right. If you look at these two sections and put them on the same scale, these are two sections, but they're given different information, right? This one is more presentation, and this one has more details, right? And they're all generated from the same model. So is all of the details that you see here. For example, this 3D section here, this was also generated from the model as well. And this shows different types of information. So that is what we're going to look at next week. We're going to look at, this is a listing of all the drawing views that you need to deliver in order to pass the assignment, right? So what's the difference between a floor plan presentation, a floor plan 3D, and a detailed floor plan? These are all three different types of floor plans. You get them from the exact same model, right? So we're going to look at some examples of how we generate these, right? I'm not going to show you every single one of them, but I'll show you some examples of them. And this, what you submit to me, is going to be your drawing sheets as a PDF, and you're also going to submit the Revit file as well, right? And then that is what will be marked out of the 30%. So this here is going to be due next week. So Friday coming is for target 6. Sorry, not Friday. Saturday, I said, right? So Saturday is for target 6. And the following Saturday is going to be for your assignment due date. Everybody got that? That's the important date that you have to hit. All right, guys?
So when is target 4 supposed to be submitted?
Friday coming. Sorry, Saturday coming.
Oh, so target 4 and 5 on Saturday.
Oh, hold on. Did I mix it up? You said target 4. No. What? Target 4? No, man. Target 4 is today. We did this today. This is what we did today. We did terrain. So you're going to submit your terrain to me today. That's target 4. All right. Don't worry. It's now 1 o'clock. Class finishes at 2. I'm finished talking now. So just use the last 1 hour of class to finish your terrain and just submit a screenshot to me to show me that. All right. Are you following?
Yes, sir.
Right. Target 5. So today we did 4 and 5 in class, but I am not that evil to require you to do both of them for today, right? So target 4 you're going to give me today, at the end of the day today, and target 5 you're going to give me by Saturday. All right? We're going to come back here for class again on Monday, and I'm going to give you some tips in how to generate your sheets for submitting your assignment, and then you are going to give me that assignment next week, Saturday. Right? That is the final date for handing in your assignment. Wherever you reach with the assignment, you just hand it to you. All right? Because by that time we would have gone into the next and final assignment, which is going to be the collaborative project. All right? We're still playing a little bit of catch up. So next week when you come for class, I'll give you those tips next week, and then we'll also cover collaboration in Revit. We're going to fit those both in one class. All right? So it's going to be an important class. Here. All right, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you see, I'm trying to work with you to get everything done. I want nobody from this module to fail. So, no, you won't lose marks if the railing don't look exactly like mine. You know, but it must look something like it. All right. So, you know, I'll leave that to your common sense, guys. It must just look like it. A representation is good enough. All right. Are there any more questions before we go? Any questions you have on the handing, what is needed? Because remember, when you come to class next week, I'm not going into the model any at all. We're just going to go right into showing you how to lay out your sheet. So I am going to go off the assumption that everyone had reached target 5, which is completing all the details on the building, and it is submitted. And I'm hoping that when I go on Saturday and I look in my submission list, I will see everybody's submission there going forward. All right. Anybody have any other questions? So are we clear on the mission, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, guys. All right, guys. So that is it for my blabbering today. Use the last hours of the class to finish your target 4. Just submit it to me today. Collect your 2%. And don't worry about anything for tomorrow. You can just focus on studio. All right. Come back on Saturday. Finish target 5. Send it to me. And then on Monday, we'll look on creating sheets and views, which is going to be critical, which is what gives you your grade for your final project. I'm not marking a model only, guys. The model is only a small percentage of the grade. What I'm marking for is the representation, right? When I said 3D floor plan, did you give me a 3D floor plan or did you give me a 2D floor plan? Or when I said presentation plan, did you give me a presentation plan or a work or a construction drawing? Like, that is the stuff that I need you to get. Importantly, how do you generate a specific view from all of this work that we've been doing for the last 2 months, right? It's all for nothing if you can't generate the appropriate view for the sheet that you want to do. All right. So we're going to be focusing on that. And that's it. I'll see you next week, guys. Good luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, sure. Thanks.
Finish your target for today.